Welcome back, my friend, to Irish Fantasy Sleep Stories. My name is Brendan, and I hope to guide you to a deep and restful sleep. If you enjoy these videos, please do click the like and subscribe buttons below. This video contains all 3 parts of the Celtic cat adventure titled Oracle of the Seasons, read as one continuous 2-hour sleep story. I hope you enjoy. In a secluded glade at the edge of an ancient Irish forest, a quaint thatched cottage nestled among vibrant wildflowers and gnarled oak trees. This was the home of Finn, a skilled druid, and his faithful feline companion Whisper. The cottage, with its moss-covered stones and windows adorned with intricate carvings, exuded an air of tranquility and magic. Finn, with his tousled hair and green eyes, spent his days tending to his herb garden and practicing the ancient arts of druidry. His gentle hands nurtured plants both mundane and magical, coaxing healing properties from every leaf and root. The air around the cottage was often perfumed with the scent of drying herbs and simmering potions. Whisper, a handsome ginger cat, was more than just a pet. He possessed the remarkable ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest, both seen and unseen. While Finn worked in his garden or pored over ancient tomes, Whisper would often be found perched on a windowsill, engaged in silent conversation with a passing fox or a curious fairy. Their days followed a peaceful rhythm, marked by the gentle progression of the seasons. Morning began with Finn brewing tea from freshly picked herbs, while Whisper stretched lazily in a patch of sunlight. They would often venture into the woods together, Finn gathering ingredients for his potions, and Whisper acting as a bridge between the Druid and the forest's inhabitants. Evenings were spent by the hearth, with Finn practicing his magic or crafting charms, and Whisper curled up nearby, occasionally offering insights gleaned from his animal friends. The soft glow of candlelight and the crackling of the fire created a cozy atmosphere, a haven of warmth and wisdom in the heart of the wild Irish landscape. As the gentle warmth of summer began to wane, Finn and Whisper noticed subtle yet unsettling changes in the world around them. The usual rhythms of nature seemed to falter, like a song played off-key. One crisp morning, Finn stepped out to tend his garden, only to find spring flowers blooming alongside autumn leaves. Confused bees buzzed around the unseasonable blossoms, their usual patterns disrupted. Whisper from his perch on the fence tilted his head curiously as he watched a flock of geese fly overhead. But they were heading in the wrong direction for the season. In the forest, the disruption became even more apparent. Oak trees bore acorns while their leaves were still tender and green. Berry bushes produced fruit out of sync, some branches heavy with ripe berries while others held delicate blossoms. The forest floor was a jumble of spring mushrooms and autumn leaves. Whisper's conversations with the woodland animals revealed their confusion and concern. Squirrels were frantically gathering nuts that shouldn't yet be ready, while hibernating animals stirred restlessly in their dens, unsure whether to sleep or wake. As twilight fell, Finn stood at the edge of the forest, his brow furrowed with worry. The stars above seemed to flicker uncertainly, as if even they were affected by the strange shift in seasons. A cool breeze carried the scent of spring flowers mingled with decaying leaves, a discordant blend that spoke of a world out of balance. Troubled by these strange occurrences, Finn retreated to his study, a cozy nook filled with ancient tomes and scrolls. Whisper padded silently behind him, settling on a cushioned windowsill to observe. The Druid's fingers traced the spines of weathered books until he found the one he sought. A massive volume bound in oak bark, its pages yellowed with age. As Finn pored over the text, his expression grew increasingly grave. He cross-referenced several books, muttering incantations under his breath to reveal hidden passages. Whisper watched intently, his emerald eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight. "This is worse than I feared, old friend," Finn finally said. He turned to face the cat, running a hand through his tousled hair. "The balance of the seasons has been severely disrupted. If we don't act soon, the very fabric of nature could unravel." Finn explained to Whisper that the seasons were not just weather patterns, but fundamental forces that maintained the harmony of the natural world. Their disruption could lead to catastrophic consequences. Failed harvests, confused wildlife, and even the weakening of the magical barriers that protected their realm from darker forces. The Druid's fingers traced a diagram in one of the books, depicting the cycle of seasons as an intertwined knot. "See here," he pointed. "The knot is coming undone. We must find a way to retie it before it's too late." Whisper meowed softly, a sound of both concern and determination. Finn nodded in agreement, understanding the cat's unspoken message. They had faced challenges before, but this would be their greatest test yet. As the candle burned low, Finn and Whisper sat in thoughtful silence, the weight of their new discovery settling upon them like a heavy cloak. The fate of their beloved land now rested in their hands. As dawn broke, Whisper slipped out of the cottage, his ginger coat blending with the autumn leaves that shouldn't have fallen so early. He moved silently through the misty forest, his emerald eyes alert for any signs of his woodland friends. First, he encountered a confused badger, emerging from its set months too soon. In a series of soft meows and gentle purrs, Whisper learned of the badger's disoriented state, its body clock thrown into disarray by the conflicting seasonal signals. Next, a flock of swallows swooped low, twittering in distress. Through chirps and melodious meows, Whisper discovered they had returned from their migration, only to find their nesting grounds still in the grip of an unseasonable chill. By a babbling brook, Whisper communicated with a wise old salmon. The fish spoke of waters warming too quickly, disrupting spawning patterns and confusing young fry. In the branches above, a red squirrel chattered anxiously. It told Whisper of trees producing acorns and nuts out of sequence, leaving the forest's residents uncertain about their winter stores. As Whisper made his way back to the cottage, he passed through a glade where fairies usually danced in the moonlight. The tiny beings flitted around him, their usual merry tinkling replaced by worried chimes. They spoke of magic itself feeling strained and unpredictable. With each encounter, Whisper's concern grew. The forest creature's experience painted a picture of a world thrown into chaos, reinforcing the urgency of the situation he and Finn faced. Returning to the cottage, Whisper found Finn surrounded by open books and unfurled scrolls. The Druid's eyes lit up as his feline companion entered, eager to share their respective findings. As Whisper relayed the forest creature's accounts through a series of meows and gestures, Finn nodded gravely, his suspicions confirmed. In turn, he shared a crucial discovery from an ancient text. "There's hope, Whisper," Finn said, pointing to a faded illustration in a weathered tome. "The book speaks of 3 sages, each possessing a piece of the knowledge needed to restore the balance to the seasons. The image depicted 3 figures, one atop a misty mountain peak, another on a distant island shrouded in fog, and a third hidden within a forgotten village. These sages," Finn continued, "are said to be as old as the land itself. If anyone can help us mend the broken cycle of seasons, it's them." Whisper's tail swished with determination, his eyes meeting Finn's gaze. Without words, they both understood the gravity of their task and the long journey that lay ahead. Finn smiled softly, scratching behind Whisper's ears. "Well, my old friend, it seems we have an adventure ahead of us." With their path decided, Finn and Whisper set about preparing for their journey to the high peak where the first sage dwelled. Finn moved purposefully around the cottage, gathering essentials and packing them into a weathered leather satchel. He carefully selected herbs and potions from his stores, each chosen for its potential usefulness and the varied conditions they might face. Dried oak leaves for strength, chamomile for calm, and a vial of glowing moonflower essence for light in dark places. Whisper watched attentively, occasionally nudging certain items with his paw, silently suggesting additions based on his forest knowledge. Finn packed warm clothes, mindful of the chill they'd encounter at higher altitudes. He also included a few precious talismans and his most trusted divination tools, knowing they might need more than physical preparations for the challenges ahead. As Finn prepared, Whisper slipped out to the garden. The cat returned with a sprig of rowan berries clasped gently in his mouth, a charm for protection on their journey. Finn smiled warmly, accepting the gift and tucking it into his cloak. "Thank you, my friend," he said softly. "Your wisdom never ceases to amaze me." As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the cottage floor, Finn knelt beside the hearth. He performed a simple ritual asking for guidance and protection from the spirits of the land. Whisper sat beside him, adding his own silent prayers to the ceremony. With their preparations complete, they shared a quiet meal by candlelight. The weight of their impending quest hung in the air, but so did a sense of determination and hope. As they settled into bed for a night of comfort in their home, Finn whispered, "Rest well, Whisper. Our journey begins at dawn." As the first light of dawn painted the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, Finn and Whisper set out from their cottage. The familiar path through the forest soon gave way to unfamiliar terrain. The landscape around them a testament to the seasonal chaos they sought to rectify. They trekked through meadows where spring flowers bloomed alongside autumn leaves, their vibrant colours a beautiful yet unsettling sight. Butterflies fluttered past snowdrops, while red gold leaves drifted down to settle on beds of fresh clover. The air was thick with conflicting scents, the sweet perfume of blossoms mingling with the earthy aroma of leaves. As they journeyed on, the gentle hills began to rise more steeply. Finn's boots crunched on a carpet of leaves one moment, then sank into unexpected patches of spring mud the next. Whisper padded silently beside him, occasionally pausing to communicate with the creatures they encountered. A confused hedgehog, preparing for hibernation months too early, crossed their paths. Whisper exchanged soft chirps with a robin, whose internal calendar seemed as jumbled as the seasons around them. By midday they reached a swift-flowing river, its waters swollen with what should have been spring melt. Finn carefully picked his way across slippery stones. Whisper balanced nimbly on his shoulders. On the far bank they paused to rest and share a meal of dried fruit and nuts. As they ate, Finn observed the sky above. Clouds raced by at an unnatural speed, shifting from puffy summer cumulus to dark winter nimbus in a matter of moments. "The disturbance is getting worse," he murmured to Whisper, who meowed softly in agreement. Their path led them through a grove of ancient oaks, their massive trunks a comforting constant in the midst of change. Yet even here signs of disorder were evident. Some branches bore fresh green buds, while others were heavy with acorns, and still others were bare as midwinter. As the day wore on, the air grew noticeably cooler. The mountain loomed ahead, its peak shrouded in mist. Snow dusted its upper slopes, a stark contrast to the autumn colours at its base. Finn pulled his cloak tighter around him, feeling the chill seep into his bones. They made camp as twilight fell, finding shelter in a small cave at the mountain's foot. Finn built a small fire, its warm glow a beacon of comfort in the gathering darkness. Whisper curled up close, his fur providing additional warmth. As they settled in for the night, a haunting cry echoed from the mountainside, the call of a wolf, filled with confusion and longing. Whisper's ears perked up, and he exchanged a meaningful look with Finn. "I know," Finn said softly, stroking the cat's fur. "They feel it too. The wrongness in the air, the shifting of things that should be constant." He gazed out at the darkening landscape, where fireflies danced among snowflakes in an impossible symphony of seasons. "Tomorrow we climb," he continued, his voice filled with determination. "Whatever challenges the mountain holds, we'll face them together. For the sake of all creatures great and small, we must succeed in our quest." With those words hanging in the air, Druid and cat settled into their sleep, the first leg of their journey complete, but the greatest challenges still lying ahead on the mist-shrouded peak above. As Finn and Whisper ascended the mountain the next day, they found themselves navigating an ever-changing landscape that defied the natural order. The path twisted through pockets of different seasons, each step bringing a new surprise. Halfway up a steep incline, they stumbled upon a family of bears, bewildered and agitated. The adult bears were torn between the urge to hibernate and the conflicting signals from their environment. Cubs born too early shivered in the unseasonable cold. Whisper approached cautiously, conveying soothing thoughts to the distressed animals. Finn, understanding the gravity of the situation, used his druidic magic to create a temporary warm sanctuary for the bears, buying them time until the seasons could be set right. Further along, they encountered a group of dryads, tree spirits whose very essence was tied to the cycle of seasons. These ethereal beings flickered between forms: spring blossoms, summer greenery, autumn gold, and winter bareness, unable to settle on a single state. Their song, usually a harmonious melody of nature, had become a discordant jumble. Finn spoke to them in the ancient language of the forest, offering words of comfort and promise of a solution. The higher they climbed, the more surreal their encounters became. They passed a glade where flowers bloomed and withered in a matter of minutes, their life cycles accelerated to a dizzying pace. Near the summit, they came across a phoenix nest, the majestic bird caught in an endless loop of rebirth and combustion, unable to complete its natural cycle. The sight filled both Finn and Whisper with a sense of urgency and sorrow. Each encounter reinforced the importance of their mission. As they finally approached the mist-shrouded peak where the first sage dwelled, Finn and Whisper exchanged a look. They had witnessed firsthand the consequences of the seasonal imbalance, and they were more committed than ever in setting things right. The final ascent to the sage's dwelling proved to be the most arduous part of their journey yet. As Finn and Whisper climbed higher, the mist thickened around them, obscuring the path and playing tricks on their senses. The air grew thin, making each breath a labour for Finn, while Whisper's fur stood on end, reacting to the charged magical atmosphere. They navigated treacherous ice-slicked rocks, their surfaces shifting between frost-covered and sun-warmed with alarming frequency. More than once, Finn nearly lost his footing, saved only by Whisper's warning meow or a quick grab at a protruding root. Halfway up, they encountered a field of time-warped stones. As they carefully picked their way through, Finn noticed that the rocks aged rapidly, crumbling to dust or crystallizing into gleaming geodes in a matter of seconds. He hurried Whisper along, not wanting to discover what such temporal distortions might do to living creatures. The wind rose to a howling gale, carrying with it fragments of all seasons, biting sleet one moment, pollen-laden warmth the next. Finn pulled his cloak tighter, using his staff to brace against the unpredictable gusts. Whisper huddled close to Finn's legs, his senses helping to guide them through the worst of the tempest. As they neared the summit, the very air seemed to resist their progress. It thickened like honey, each step forward requiring immense effort. Finn's muscles burned with exertion, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Even Whisper, usually so nimble, struggled to move against the strange force. Just when it seemed they could go no further, the mist before them solidified into a shimmering barrier. Finn recognized it as a final test, a magical ward protecting the sage's sanctuary. Drawing on his deepest reserves of strength, he began to chant an ancient druidic spell, his voice barely audible above the wind. Whisper pressed hard against Finn's leg, lending his own innate magical essence to the druid's efforts. Slowly, painstakingly, a tear appeared in the barrier, Finn reached out, his fingers trembling with fatigue, and widened the opening. With a final surge, they pushed through the gap. The chaos of the ascent fell away instantly, replaced by an uncanny stillness. Before them stood a simple stone structure, partially hidden by swirling mists. They had reached the dwelling of the first sage. Exhausted but triumphant, Finn sank to his knees, patting Whisper gratefully. "We made it, old friend," he whispered. "Now, let's hope the sage can provide the answers we seek." As Finn and Whisper approached the unassuming stone structure, a sudden movement caught their eye. A massive shadow swept across the mist-shrouded ground, and a moment later, a magnificent eagle alighted on the roof of the dwelling. The bird's keen eyes fixed upon the pair, its gaze piercing and ancient. Whisper tensed, his fur standing on end, but Finn raised a hand to calm him. "Greetings, honored sage," Finn called out, his voice carrying through the eerie silence. "I am Finn, a druid, and this is my companion, Whisper. We have come seeking your wisdom in a time of great need." The eagle studied them for a long moment, then let out a mighty cry that echoed across the peaks. Slowly it descended, its wings unfurling with effortless grace. As it landed before them, Finn and Whisper were struck by the sheer power and age emanating from the creature. "I am Alwyn, the first of the 3 sages." Its voice a deep, resonant rumble. "I have been expecting you, young druid. The seasonal imbalance has not gone unnoticed, even in my solitary abode." Finn bowed his head respectfully. "Then you know the reason for our journey. The forest and all its creatures are in turmoil. We seek your guidance to restore the natural code." Alwyn regarded them thoughtfully, his piercing gaze flickering between Finn and Whisper. "Your quest is a noble one, but the challenges you face are great. The very fabric of the world has been disrupted, and the consequences grow more dire with each passing day." The eagle unfurled his wings, the feathers glimmering with an ethereal light. "Come, we have much to discuss. Time is of the essence." Finn and Whisper followed the sage into the sanctuary. their hearts filled with a renewed sense of purpose, but also a growing apprehension for the trials that lay ahead. The interior of the sage's dwelling was sparse, yet serene, the air thick with the scent of ancient magic. Alwyn led Finn and Whisper to a central chamber where a large, flat stone served as a table. The eagle settled on the stone, fixing the druid and his feline companion with a penetrating gaze. "Now, tell me what you know of the seasonal disturbances," he commanded. Finn recounted their discoveries, from the erratic behavior of the forest creatures to the conflicting signs of the changing seasons. As he spoke, Whisper added his own observations through a series of meows and gestures. Alwyn listened contently, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. "The imbalance is indeed grave," he rumbled. "The very fabric of the natural world is unraveling. If left unchecked, the consequences will be catastrophic." Finn leaned forward, his expression earnest. "Please, Alwyn, what can we do? How do we restore the proper order of the seasons?" The sage regarded them solemnly. "The solution lies in the knowledge of the 3 sages. I can offer you a starting point, but the path forward will not be an easy one." Alwyn extended one of his massive wings, gesturing to a faded map etched into the stone table. "The second sage resides on an island shrouded in mist, far to the west. You must seek her out, for she holds a piece of the wisdom you need." Finn studied the map, committing the location to memory. "And the 3rd sage?" he asked, sensing there was more to the quest. "That young druid is a mystery even to me," Alwyn admitted. "But I sense your journey will lead you to the answers you seek, if you have the courage to face what lies ahead." Finn and Whisper exchanged a look. With a solemn nod, they prepared to embark on the next leg of their journey. As Finn and Whisper made their way back down the treacherous mountain path, the weight of Alwyn's words hung heavy in the air. The sage's cryptic warnings had only heightened their sense of urgency, but also left them with more questions than answers. The descent proved no less challenging than the ascent, the changing seasons playing havoc with the terrain. Finn navigated treacherous icy patches, while Whisper guided him around areas where the ground had softened to a muddy quagmire. The wind howled through the valleys, alternating between bone-chilling gusts and warm, flower-scented breeze. An island shrouded in mist to the west, Finn murmured. That must be where we'll find the second sage. But what could she know that Alwyn does not? Whisper padded silently beside him, his green eyes gleaming with thoughtful intelligence. The cat had sensed the gravity of their mission, and Finn knew he was a vital part of their quest, providing wisdom and insight that Finn himself could not. As they reached the tree line, Finn paused to catch his breath, gazing back up at the mountain's peak. And the third sage, he said, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Alwyn admitted he did not know where to find them. What could that mean? Whisper let out a soft meow, drawing Finn's attention. The cat's ears were perked, his tail twitching back and forth, as if sensing some unseen presence. Finn laid a hand on Whisper's head, feeling the cat's tension. You feel it too, don't you? A foreboding sense that our journey is only just beginning. Whisper looked at him, his gaze unwavering. Finn knew the cat understood the gravity of their mission far better than any words could convey. As the last vestiges of daylight faded between the trees, Finn and Whisper found a sheltered spot to make camp for the night. The Druid gathered kindling, and with a few practiced motions conjured a crackling fire to ward off the evening chill. Whisper curled up next to the warmth, his eyes half closed in contentment. Finn settled down beside him, stroking the cat's soft fur. It's been quite a day, hasn't it, my friend? Finn mused, gazing into the dancing flames. Who would have thought our simple journey would lead us to such a momentous task? Whisper let out a low, rumbling purr, as if in agreement. Finn chuckled and continued. But I'm glad you're by my side. I don't know if I could face this alone. The cat opened one eye and blinked up at Finn, his expression conveying a quiet understanding. Reaching out, Finn drew Whisper closer, relishing the comforting warmth of his companion. Tomorrow we set out for the mist-shrouded island, Finn said, his voice barely above a whisper. I don't know what challenges await us there, but with your help, I know we can overcome them. Whisper lifted his head, bumping it gently against Finn's hand. The Druid smiled, and gave the cat an affectionate scratch under his chin. As the fire crackled and the night sounds of the forest surrounded them, Finn and Whisper settled in for a much-needed rest. Despite the uncertainty that lay ahead, they took solace in each other's presence, drawing strength from their unbreakable bond. With a contented sigh, Finn leaned back against the tree trunk. Whisper curled up at his side. Together, they drifted off to sleep, their dreams filled with the promise of the journey to come. After their meeting with the wise eagle sage Alwyn, Finn and Whisper set out on the next leg of their journey, heading west towards the coast and the location of the second sage. As they travelled through the forest, Finn couldn't help but notice the increasing signs of seasonal disruption. The trees displayed a jarring mix of verdant foliage, autumnal hues and bare branches, all coexisting in the same landscape. Whisper's keen senses picked up on the erratic behavior of the wildlife, with some creatures exhibiting behaviors more typical of different times of year. "The imbalance grows worse the further we go," Finn said. Whisper let out a low meow, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a heightened alertness. The journey to the coast was arduous, with the duo navigating treacherous terrain that seemed to shift and change with the unpredictable weather. One moment, the path would be caked in mud from a sudden rainstorm, and the next it would be coated in a layer of ice as frigid winds swept through the valley. As they neared the shoreline, Finn and Whisper were confronted with an even more unsettling sight. The usually calm waters of the ocean were in turmoil, with towering waves crashing against the rocks in a display of raw, primal power. Seabirds circled overhead, their cries carrying a note of distress that set Finn's nerves on edge. "Something is very wrong here," Finn said, his hand tightening around his staff. Whisper let out a low growl, his fur standing on end as he surveyed the chaotic scene. Finn took a deep breath, steadying himself. "We must press on, my friend. The second sage awaits, and she may hold the key to unraveling the mystery." With renewed determination, the Druid and his feline companion continued their journey, navigating the treacherous coastal terrain as they drew ever closer to the mist-shrouded island where the next sage was rumoured to reside. The further they travelled, the more apparent it became that the natural order had been severely disrupted. Finn couldn't help but wonder what other sights awaited them, and whether they would have the strength to confront the challenges that lay ahead. As Finn and Whisper reached the windswept coastal town, they were met with a flurry of activity and unease. The normally bustling harbour was in a state of disarray, with fishermen and sailors hurriedly securing their vessels against the unpredictable tides. Navigating the chaotic scene, Finn approached a weathered old fisherman who was struggling to lie down his small coracle. Finn approached a weathered old fisherman who was struggling to tie down his small coracle. "Excuse me, good sir," the Druid called out. "I don't mean to intrude, but I am in need of passage to the mist-shrouded island to the west." The fisherman paused, his weather-worn face etched with a mix of apprehension and curiosity. "The island, you say?" he grumbled, eyeing Finn and Whisper with a skeptical gaze. "Ain't no sane man willing to brave these treacherous waters, not with the way the tides have been acting up." Finn stepped closer, his expression earnest. "I understand your concerns, but my companion and I must reach the island. The fate of the world may very well depend on it." The fisherman studied Finn for a long moment, then glanced down at Whisper, who was regarding him with an unwavering stare. Slowly, the man's expression softened, and he let out a resigned sigh. "Well, I'll be," he muttered, shaking his head. "Never thought I'd see the day when I'd be ferrying a druid and his cat to that accursed place." He gestured to the small boat, the coracle, its surface shimmering with a faint otherworldly glow. "This old boat's seen its fair share of strange happenings. Reckon it's up for one more journey." Finn felt a surge of relief, bowing his head gratefully. "We are in your debt, good sir. When can we depart?" The fisherman cast a wary glance at the churning waves. "Best we get going now, before the tide turns against us. Climb aboard, and may the gods watch over us all." With a nod, Finn and Whisper stepped into the coracle, and the fisherman pushed them off into the mist-shrouded waters, their journey to the second sage's domain now underway. As the magical coracle pushed off from the shore, Finn and Whisper braced themselves for the journey ahead. The old fisherman, who introduced himself as Goran, maneuvered the small craft with surprising skill, his weathered hands guiding them through the increasingly turbulent waters. The mist closed in around them, a thick, soupy fog that seemed to muffle all sound, save for the lapping of waves against the coracle's side. Whisper huddled close to Finn, his fur standing on end as he sensed the unnatural quality of their surroundings. "Keep your wits about you," Goran warned, his voice barely audible above the growing wind. "These waters have a mind of their own, especially with the seasons all topsy-turvy." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive wave rose up before them, towering over the tiny vessel. Finn's heart leapt into his throat as Goran steered them directly towards it. "Hold on tight," the fisherman bellowed. The coracle crested the wave, suspended for a heart-stopping moment before plummeting down the other side. Finn clutched Whisper tightly, his knuckles white as he gripped the side of the boat. As they plunged into the trough between waves, the temperature plummeted. Frost began to form on the coracle's edges, and Finn's breath came out in visible puffs. "By the spirits," he gasped, "it's as if we've sailed into the depths of winter." Goran nodded grimly. "Aye, and it won't be the last surprise this journey has in store for us." The fisherman's words proved prophetic. As they pressed on through the mist, the sea around them transformed with alarming rapidity. One moment, they were battling through icy waters, and the next, steam rose from the surface as if they had entered a tropical climate. Lightning crackled overhead, illuminating the rolling clouds above. The strikes seemed to dance closer and closer to the coracle, setting Finn's hair on end. "We're nearing the island," Goran shouted over the din of the storm. "But this is where it gets truly perilous." As if in response to his words, a whirlpool materialized before them, its swirling vortex threatening to pull them under. Goran fought against the current, his muscles straining as he guided the coracle along the edge of the maelstrom. Finn closed his eyes, focusing his druidic powers. He reached out to the chaotic elements around them, seeking to calm the turbulent waters. A soft green glow emanated from his hands, spreading out over the sea. For a moment, the waters seemed to calm, but then a surge of conflicting energies pushed back against Finn's magic. He gasped, feeling the strain of the opposing forces. "The imbalance is too great," he panted. "I can't control it." Whisper meowed urgently, pawing at Finn's arm. The Druid looked down to see his feline companion's eyes glowing with an inner light. Understanding dawned on him. "Goran," Finn called out, "keep us steady. Whisper and I will try to guide us through." Combining their efforts, Finn channeled his druidic magic, while Whisper lent his innate connection to nature. Together they created a protective bubble around the coracle, pushing back against the chaotic elements. With agonizing slowness, the small vessel inched forward through the storm, lightning crashing around them, waves threatening to capsize them, but still they pressed on. As exhaustion began to overtake them, a break appeared in the mist ahead. Goran let out a triumphant shout. "There, the island. We've made it." With one final push, the coracle burst through the veil of mist, revealing a mysterious shoreline shrouded in an otherworldly glow. Finn, Whisper, and Goran had survived the perilous voyage. As the coracle gently scraped against the shoreline, Finn, Whisper, and Goran stepped onto the mysterious island. Their legs unsteady after the tumultuous journey. The beach was covered in an iridescent sand that seemed to shift colours with each step, creating a mesmerizing display beneath their feet. Finn turned to Goran, gratitude evident in his voice. "Thank you, friend. We couldn't have made it without your skill and bravery." The fisherman nodded, his eyes scanning the strange landscape. "This place is not natural. Be on your guard, Druid." Whisper's fur stood on end as he cautiously padded forward, his keen senses alert to any potential danger. The air around them hummed, and Finn could feel the conflicting seasonal forces even more strongly here. As they moved away from the shore, they found themselves in a dense forest, unlike any they had ever seen. Trees with leaves of crystal grew alongside ones bearing fruit made of pure light. "The second sage must be somewhere in this extraordinary place," Finn said, his voice filled with wonder and apprehension. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed through the trees, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Seekers of balance, you have braved much to reach this shore, but your greatest challenge lies ahead. Are you prepared to face the truth that awaits you?" Finn, Whisper, and Goran exchanged uncertain glances, knowing that their quest had reached a critical juncture. Whatever lay ahead would surely test them to their limits. As Finn, Whisper, and Goran ventured deeper into the island's interior, they found themselves in a landscape that defied all natural laws. The forest around them was a kaleidoscope of impossible seasons, each step bringing them into a new microclimate. Goran, still wary, kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. "I've sailed these waters for decades," he said, "but never have I seen anything like this. It's beautiful, aye, but there's something unsettling about it." As they pressed on, they encountered creatures that seemed to be composites of different species. A bird with the body of a squirrel and the antlers of a deer flitted past them, while a school of fish swam through the air as if it were water. The boundaries between elements appears to be blurred here, Finn observed, watching as a flame danced atop a pool of water without extinguishing. They came upon a clearing where the ground itself seemed alive, pulsing with energy that made the hair on their arms stand on edge. In the center stood a tree unlike any other. Its trunk spiraled impossibly, its branches reaching out in all directions before looping back in on themselves. By the gods, Goran breathed. What manner of place is this? Finn approached the tree cautiously, feeling drawn to its otherworldly presence. As he neared, he could hear whispers emanating from its leaves, snippets of ancient wisdom. Whisper suddenly tensed, his ears flattening against his head. A moment later, the ground beneath their feet began to shift and ripple like water. The trio struggled to maintain their balance as the landscape around them began to transform. Mountains rose and fell in the distance. Forests sprouted and withered in the blink of an eye, and rivers carved new paths through the ever-changing terrain. The island, Finn realized with a mix of awe and trepidation. It's not just home to this unique ecosystem. It is the ecosystem. Everything here is connected, constantly shifting and adapting. As the realization sank in, the trio knew that finding the second sage in this ever-changing realm would be a challenge unlike anything they had faced before. As the trio navigated the ever-shifting landscape, Whisper suddenly perked up, his ears twitching with interest. He turned to Finn and let out a series of meows, communicating his intention to seek out the local fauna for information. Finn nodded in understanding. Good idea, Whisper. See if you can learn anything about the sage's whereabouts. Whisper darted off into the underbrush, his form shimmering slightly as he adapted to the island's strange energies. Finn and Goran watched in amazement as Whisper seemed to blend seamlessly with his surroundings, his fur taking on an iridescent quality similar to the local plants. For several tense minutes, Whisper was out of sight. Finn and Goran exchanged worried glances, but trusted in the cat's abilities. Suddenly, a rustling in the nearby foliage announced Whisper's return. He emerged, followed by an assortment of bizarre creatures. A butterfly with wings of flowing water, a fox with a coat of autumn leaves, and a serpent that seemed to be made of living shadow. Whisper sat before Finn and began to communicate through a series of meows, purrs, and body language. Finn listened intently, his connection to nature allowing him to interpret the feline's message. Remarkable, Finn murmured. Whisper says these creatures have told him of a sacred glade deep within the island's core. They speak of a being who exists in all seasons at once. Surely, this must be the sage we seek. Goran looked skeptical. And how do you find this glade in a place where everything's changing? Whisper meowed again, and Finn translated. The creatures have offered to guide us. They say the path will reveal itself to those who are in harmony with the island's rhythms. The strange assembly of animals began to move, forming a living pathway through the shifting landscape. Finn, Whisper, and Goran exchanged determined looks before following their unusual guides. Soon they found themselves facing a series of increasingly challenging magical obstacles. The first barrier they encountered was a river of liquid starlight, its surface shimmering with constellations. As they approached, the river began to flow upwards, defying gravity. Finn closed his eyes, reaching out with his druidic senses to understand the nature of this obstacle. We must harmonize with the flow, he explained to his companions. Think of the cyclical nature of the seasons, of life itself. Following Finn's lead, they stepped into the glowing river. Instead of sinking, they found themselves gently lifted and carried along the stream of light, deposited safely on the other side. Next, they faced a grove of trees with bark made of mirrored glass. As they entered, reflections of themselves appeared, but each reflection showed a different season. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter versions of themselves. Goran reached out to touch his summer reflection and found his hand passing through. Is some kind of portal, he realized. Whisper meowed, indicating that they needed to choose the correct seasonal version to proceed. After careful consideration, Finn decided that they must each step into the reflection that represented their inner natures. One by one, they stepped through their chosen mirrors. Finn into autumn, Goran into winter, and Whisper into spring. They emerged on the other side reunited, but feeling subtly changed by the experience. The final challenge was a clearing where time itself seemed to be in flux. As they entered, they saw versions of themselves from the past and future, all occupying the same space. The disorientation was overwhelming. We must stay grounded in the present, Finn advised. Focus on why we're here, on our quest to restore balance. Concentrating fiercely, they navigated through the temporal maze, careful not to interact with their other selves. As they reached the center of the clearing, the time distortions faded away. Before them stood an ancient archway overgrown with vines that bloomed and withered in rapid succession. Beyond the arch, They could see a serene glade bathed in light. Their animal guides bowed, their task complete, before fading back into the forest. Finn, Whisper and Goran stood before the threshold of the Sages' sanctuary, knowing that crossing it would bring them face to face with the being they had journeyed so far to meet. With a deep breath, they stepped through the archway, ready to confront the wisdom and challenges that awaited them within the Sages' domain. As Finn, Whisper and Goran entered the tranquil glade, they found themselves in a place where all 4 seasons existed simultaneously. Snow-capped trees stood beside others in full bloom, while autumn leaves drifted past summer flowers. At the center of this impossible convergence was a small, crystal-clear pool. The surface of the pool began to ripple, and from its depths emerged a figure unlike any they had ever seen. At first glance, it appeared to be a seal, sleek and graceful, but as it reached the shore, its form shimmered and changed, transforming into a beautiful woman with long silver hair and eyes that shifted color like the sea. "Welcome, seekers," she said. "I am Era, the Celtic Sage of Seasons." Finn bowed respectfully, with Whisper and Goran following suit. "Honored Sage," Finn began, "we've come seeking your wisdom to restore balance to the world's seasons." Era smiled, her form subtly shifting between human and seal as she moved. "The imbalance you speak of is but a symptom of greater discord. To truly understand, you must see through the eyes of all seasons." With a wave of her hand, the glade around them began to change rapidly, cycling through the seasons at an accelerated pace. Finn, Whisper and Goran found themselves experiencing years in mere moments, feeling the joy of spring, the warmth of summer, the melancholy of autumn, and the quiet of winter in rapid succession. As the visions faded, Era approached them, her expression both wise and sorrowful. "The root of the imbalance lies not in nature, but in the hearts of those who seek to control it. To restore harmony, you must confront the source of this discord." Finn's mind reeled with the implications of her words. "But how can we possibly do that?" he asked. Era's form shimmered once more as she prepared to reveal the next step in their journey. "To find your answer, you must seek the Keeper of Time." Era, the Celtic sage, gazed at the trio with eyes that seemed to hold the depths of the ocean. "Before I can reveal the location of the Keeper of Time, you must prove yourselves worthy of the knowledge. I offer you a riddle, one that encompasses the essence of the seasons and the cycle of nature. Finn, Whisper, and Goron exchanged a determined glance, ready to face this new challenge. Aira's voice took on a rhythmic quality as she spoke the riddle. I am born in spring, yet I die each day. In summer I go strong, in winter I fade away. Autumn sees me sleep, but I never truly rest. I'm constant yet changing, by all seasons blessed. What am I? The glade felt silent as the trio pondered the enigmatic words. Goron furrowed his brow, muttering about the confusing nature of riddles. Whisper paced in small circles, his tail twitching thoughtfully. Finn closed his eyes, allowing the essence of the riddle to wash over him. He reached out with his druidic senses, feeling the pulse of life around him in the mystical glade. After several moments of deep contemplation, Finn's eyes snapped open, a look of realization dawning on his face. He turned to Aira, his voice filled with quiet confidence. The answer is time itself, he said. It's born anew each day with the spring of morning, grows strong in the summer of midday, fades in the winter of night, and rests in the autumn of evening. Yet it's constant in its passage, blessed and affected by all seasons. Aira's form shimmered, a smile playing on her lips. Well-reasoned young Druid, you have shown wisdom beyond your years. She approached the pool once more, and with a graceful movement drew from a shimmering orb of water. As it floated before them, images began to form within its depths. The Keeper of Time dwells in a place where past, present, and future converge, Aira explained. Seek the ancient clock tower at the heart of the chronal forest. There you will find the next piece of your puzzle. The orb dissolved, its droplets returning to the pool. Aira's gaze turned serious. Be warned. The path ahead is fraught with temporal dangers. Trust in each other and in the balance of nature itself. With newfound purpose and the weight of their quest heavy upon them, Finn, Whisper, and Goron prepared to leave the sanctuary, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them in the mysterious chronal forest. As they departed the Selkies' sanctuary, Aira presented them with one final challenge. She conjured a complex three-dimensional puzzle made of swirling mist and light. This temporal lock guards the path to the chronal forest, Era explained. Solve it and the way will reveal itself. The puzzle consisted of interlocking rings, each representing a different season. As they rotated, the seasons within them shifted and changed. It was clear that simply aligning the seasons wouldn't be enough. They needed to find the perfect balance between them. Finn studied the puzzle intently. He began to manipulate the rings, but each movement caused ripples of change throughout the entire structure. Whisper watched closely, his feline eyes tracking every shift and alteration. Suddenly, he let out a series of urgent meows, drawing Finn's attention to a particular section of the puzzle. Understanding dawning on Finn's face. Of course, it's not about separating the seasons, but finding how they flow into one another. Working in tandem, Finn and Whisper began to solve the puzzle. Finn would make adjustments based on his understanding of natural cycles, while Whisper's senses picked up on subtle patterns invisible to human eyes. Goran watched in amazement as the duo worked seamlessly together, their movements becoming more fluid and confident with each passing moment. As the final piece clicked into place, the puzzle burst into a dazzling display of seasonal imagery. Blossoms blooming and fading, leaves changing color and snowflakes swirling, all in perfect, harmonious balance. Era nodded approvingly. Well done. You've shown not only wisdom, but the power of cooperation. The path to the chronal forest is now open to you. Before them, a shimmering portal materialized, offering glimpses of an otherworldly forest where time itself seemed to twist and bend. With a deep breath, Finn, Whisper, and Goran stepped through the portal, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them in their quest to find the Keeper of Time. Before Finn, Whisper, and Goran stepped through the portal, Era the Celtic sage held up a hand, her eyes filled with a mixture of concern and wisdom. Wait, she said, her voice carrying the weight of ages. There is more you must know about the seasonal imbalance and the journey ahead. The trio paused, turning their attention back to the shape-shifting sage. Era's form shimmered, taking on aspects of all four seasons as she spoke. The disruption you seek to mend is not merely a natural occurrence, she explained. It is the result of a conflict among the guardians of nature themselves. The third sage you seek, the Keeper of Time, holds a crucial piece of this puzzle. Finn leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. What kind of conflict could cause such widespread chaos? Era's expression grew somber, There is a schism among the elemental forces. Some believe that humanity's influence on the world has grown too great and seek to reset the balance through cataclysmic means. Others, like myself, believe in finding harmony between all living things. Whisper meowed softly, and Finn nodded in agreement. And where does the Keeper of Time stand in this conflict? The Keeper's role is to maintain the flow of time itself, Era replied. But even they are not immune to the temptation of using their power to alter the course of events. The chronal forest you're about to enter is a reflection of the Keeper's troubled mind. Goran frowned, his hand tightening on his staff. So we're walking into a potential trap. Era shook her head. Not a trap, but a test. The Keeper of Time will challenge your understanding of past, present, and future. Only by proving your wisdom and resolve can you hope to gain their aid. With these final words of warning, Era stepped back. Remember, the path to true balance lies not in controlling nature, but in understanding your place within it. Go now, and may the wisdom of the seasons guide you. Sobered by this new information, but more determined than ever, Finn, Whisper, and Goran turned once more to the shimmering portal, ready to face the temporal challenges that awaited them in the chronal forest. As they prepared to step through the portal, they took a moment to absorb their surroundings one last time. The mystical glade of the Celtic sage seemed to pulse with an energy that was otherworldly, a reminder of the extraordinary journey they had embarked upon. Finn knelt down, placing a hand on the earth in a gesture of gratitude. He could feel the island's unique rhythm, a harmonious blend of all seasons, and silently vowed to restore this balance to the wider world. Whisper rubbed against Finn's leg, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. His feline companion had proved invaluable, and Finn knew their bond would be crucial in the challenges ahead. Goran took a deep breath, his weathered face set in determination. "Well, lads," he said, "we've come this far. No turning back now." With a final nod of thanks to Era, who watched them with ancient eyes full of hope and concern, the trio stepped into the shimmering portal. As they crossed the threshold, they felt the island's magic fade away, replaced by the disorienting pull of the chronal forest. Their minds raced with new insights and growing concerns, but they pressed forward. knowing that the fate of the seasons rested on their shoulders. As Finn, Whisper, and Goran emerged from the shimmering portal, they found themselves back on the mainland, standing atop a windswept cliff overlooking the vast ocean. The island of the Celtic Sage was nowhere to be seen, shrouded once more in its mystical veil. Goran let out a long whistle, running a hand through his greying hair. Well, that was quite the adventure, wasn't it? Never thought I'd meet a shape-shifting Selkie in my lifetime. Finn nodded, his eyes adjusting to the familiar landscape. Whisper circled his feet, seemingly glad to be back on solid, predictable ground. We've learned so much, Finn mused, but it feels like we've only scratched the surface of this mystery. The trio found a sheltered spot near the cliff's edge and settled down to discuss their experiences and the information they had gathered. Finn pulled out a small journal and began to jot down key points. So, he began, we know that the seasonal imbalance isn't just a natural occurrence. There's a conflict among the elemental forces, with some seeking drastic measures to reset the balance. Goran nodded grimly. Aye, and it seems our next step is to find the Keeper of Time in the Chronal Forest, though I can't say I'm looking forward to more time-bending adventures. Whisper meowed softly, pawing at the journal. Finn smiled, understanding his companion's intent. You're right, Whisper. We should also remember the importance of cooperation and seeing things from different perspectives. As they continued their discussion, piecing together the fragments of information they had gathered, a sense of the enormity of their task settled over them. The fate of the world's seasons, and perhaps the delicate balance of nature itself, rested on their shoulders. Well, Finn said finally, closing his journal, we know our next destination. The question is, how do we find this chronal forest? As Finn, Whisper, and Goran set out from the cliff, the full extent of the seasonal imbalance became painfully apparent. The landscape before them was a chaotic patchwork of conflicting weather patterns and ecosystems, each struggling to assert dominance over the others. They trudged through a meadow where one half bloomed with vibrant spring flowers. The other was blanketed in autumn leaves. The division was stark, a literal line drawn through the grass where seasons collided. Whisper cautiously batted at a dandelion, only to have it burst into seeds that immediately frosted over and fell to the ground. This isn't right, Finn muttered, his druidic senses overwhelmed by the discord in nature. The very fabric of the seasons is unravelling. As they pressed on, the anomalies grew more severe. They found themselves wading through knee-deep snow, only to emerge moments later into a scorching desert landscape. Cacti stood side by side with pine trees, their branches laden with both icicles and sun-ripened fruit. Goran wiped sweat from his brow, shaking his head in disbelief. In all my years, I've never seen anything like this. It's as if the world can't make up its mind what season it wants to be. Their path led them to a forest where the trees seemed caught in a constant cycle of growth and decay. Whisper's fur stood on end, his tail puffed up to twice its normal size. He let out a low, concerned growl, sensing the wrongness permeating the air. As they navigated this ever-changing terrain, they encountered other travellers and locals, all struggling to cope with the unpredictable environment. Farmers lamented crops that withered or froze overnight, while nomads spoke of once reliable migration routes, now rendered treacherous by sudden climate shifts. "We have to find the chronal forest," Finn said. "This imbalance is affecting everyone and everything. If we don't restore the natural order, I fear the damage may become irreversible." Just as he finished speaking, a gust of wind tore through the area, carrying with it a mix of cherry blossoms and autumn leaves. The sudden gale knocked them off their feet, and when it passed, they found themselves standing in a completely different environment than before. Goran steadied himself against a nearby boulder, which moments ago had been a flowering shrub. "Aye, lad," he agreed grimly, "but finding one specific forest in this madness might be like searching for a raindrop in the ocean." But they pressed on. The trio remained vigilant, knowing that in this unstable landscape, every step could bring a new challenge, or perhaps a clue to the whereabouts of the elusive chronal forest and its mysterious keeper of time. As the group navigated through the ever-shifting landscape, they entered a grove of ancient trees that seemed to stand resolute against the chaos surrounding them. These massive sentinels with their gnarled trunks and sprawling canopies exuded an aura of timeless wisdom. Whisper's ears perked up, and he padded forward with purpose, his tail twitching with excitement. Finn and Goran watched in amazement as the feline began to interact with the trees in a way they had never seen before. Whisper meowed softly, his voice taking on an almost musical quality. He rubbed against the trunks, leaving behind faint, glowing paw prints. In response, the trees creaked and swayed, their leaves rustling in a language only Whisper seemed to understand. Finn knelt beside his companion, his druidic senses tingling. "What is it, Whisper? What are they seeing?" The cat turned to Finn, his eyes gleaming with newfound knowledge. He meowed insistently, then began to trace a path through the grove with his paw. Goran's eyes widened in realization. "By the gods, the trees are showing us the way." Finn nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "These ancients have witnessed countless seasons. They are unaffected by the imbalance and remember the true path of time." Following Whisper's lead, they began to discern a subtle pattern in the arrangement of the trees. Certain branches pointed in specific directions, forming a natural compass. "This is it," Finn exclaimed. "This is our path to the Chronal Forest." With renewed hope and Whisper as their guide, the trio set off following the ancient trees' silent directions towards their elusive destination. Following the path revealed by the ancient trees, Finn, Whisper and Goran trekked through the ever-changing landscape. As they journeyed, the chaotic shifts in seasons began to stabilize, giving way to a more harmonious blend of natural elements. After what felt like hours of travel, they crested a hill and gasped at the sight before them. Nestled in a valley that seemed untouched by the seasonal imbalance was a hidden village, its architecture a mixture of styles from different eras. "By the spirits," Goran whispered, "it's like stepping into a living history book." As they approached, they noticed that the village was surrounded by a faint, shimmering barrier, barely visible, but unmistakably present. The village itself was a marvel. Thatched cottages stood alongside sleek modern structures. People dressed in a variety of historical and contemporary fashions moved about their daily lives, seemingly unperturbed by the incongruity of their surroundings. Finn's eyes widened as he observed the villagers more closely. "Look," he said, pointing discreetly. "That child over there. Doesn't she seem to be aging backwards?" Indeed, as they watched a young girl playing with a hoop, gradually becoming a toddler, then an infant, before cycling back to her original age. Goran rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "And that old man by the fountain, he's getting younger by the minute." The trio made their way to the village centre where a grand clock tower stood, unlike any timepiece they had ever seen. Its face displayed not just hours and minutes, but days, seasons and even years, all moving at different speeds. An elderly woman approached them, her eyes twinkling with wisdom and mirth. "Welcome, travellers," she said, her voice carrying the weight of countless years. "You've found Chronoville, the village where time dances to its own tune." Finn, Whisper and Goran exchanged glances, realizing they had stumbled upon a place of great significance in their quest. "We seek the Keeper of Time," Finn said cautiously. "Can you help us?" The woman's smile widened. "Ah," she replied, "you're closer than you think. But first, there's much for you to learn about the true nature of time." Finn, Whisper, and Goran explored Chronoville, finding themselves immersed in a world where the laws of time seemed more like gentle suggestions. The village's inhabitants moved about their daily lives with grace, their forms occasionally shimmering or shifting as they passed through different temporal streams. A group of children invited Whisper to join their game, tossing a ball that appeared to vanish and reappear at random intervals. The feline was initially hesitant but soon adapted, predicting where the ball would materialize with uncanny accuracy. Finn engaged in conversation with a baker, whose loaves progressed from dough to fully baked and back again, in a continuous cycle. "Time is like yeast," the baker explained, handing Finn a slice of bread that was somehow both warm and cool. "It makes things rise, but too much can spoil the batch." Goran found himself drawn to the village blacksmith, whose forge seemed to contain the fires of both past and future. As the smith worked, his creations shifted between ancient relics and futuristic devices. "Every hammer strike echoes through the ages," the blacksmith mused, presenting Goran with a knife that appeared to be simultaneously new and centuries old. The trio regrouped near the central clock tower, sharing their experiences. An elderly man who had been observing them approached. His age seemed to fluctuate with each step. "You're not from here," he stated, his voice carrying the wisdom of eons. "Yet you navigate our village with surprising ease. What brings you to this place where time holds no sway?" Finn explained their quest to restore the seasonal balance and their search for the Keeper of Time. The man listened intently, his expression unreadable. "The Keeper of Time you seek is both everywhere and nowhere in Chronoville," he said cryptically. "To find them, you must first understand the true nature of time. Are you prepared for such a journey?" The trio exchanged determined glances, knowing that their greatest challenge yet lay ahead. As they pondered the old man's words, a melodious laughter drew their attention. Turning, they saw a young girl, no more than 8 years old, sitting cross-legged atop the clock tower. She seemed to flicker in and out of focus, her appearance changing subtly with each blink. "You're looking in the wrong direction," she called down to them, her voice carrying an unexpected depth. "Time isn't a straight line, you know. It's more like a big ball of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff." Whisper's ears perked up, and he meowed insistently at Finn. Goran squinted up at the girl, his expression confused. "Lass, are you?" The girl grinned, revealing a smile that seemed to contain the light of countless stars. In a blink, she vanished from the tower's top and reappeared before them, her feet hovering slightly above the ground. "I am Aeon, the third sage you seek," she said, her eyes twinkling with mischief and ancient wisdom. "Don't let the appearance fool you. I've seen the birth and death of galaxies." Finn knelt to meet her gaze. "We're seeking the Keeper of Time to restore balance to the seasons," he explained. Aeon nodded sagely, her form shimmering like a mirage. "A noble quest, but one fraught with danger. The Keeper isn't just a person, you see. It's a concept, a force, a moment in time itself." She extended her hand, a small hourglass materializing in her palm. "To find the Keeper, you must first learn to see beyond the illusion of linear time. Are you ready for that challenge?" Aeon led the trio to a secluded garden within Chronoville, where seasons seemed to coexist harmoniously. As they settled on a bench that shifted between ornate stone and simple wood, the young sage began her explanation. "The seasonal flux you've witnessed is a symptom of a much deeper problem," Aeon said, her childlike face bearing an expression of ancient concern. "Imagine time as a vast tapestry, with each thread representing a different aspect of nature and existence. The seasons are crucial patterns in this tapestry, maintaining the rhythm of life itself." She waved her hand, and the air before them shimmered, revealing a web of threads. "Recently, certain powerful entities have been attempting to manipulate time for their own purpose. Some seek to prolong summer for bountiful harvests. Others wish for endless spring to extend their youth. These selfish actions have caused snags and tangles in the temporal tapestry." Finn leaned forward. "But why would this affect the physical world so drastically?" Aeon smiled, pleased by the question. "Because time and nature are intrinsically linked. When the flow of time is disrupted, the natural world reflects that chaos. The seasons being a manifestation of time's passage, are the first to show signs of distress. Goran stroked his beard thoughtfully. So, these entities, they're not working together then? No, Aeon confirmed. Each faction pulls in its own direction, further unraveling the tapestry. The Keeper of Time usually maintains balance, subtly adjusting the threads to keep the pattern intact. But now, the Keeper is occupied. Whisper meowed inquisitively, and Aeon chuckled. Perceptive cat. Yes, the Keeper is dealing with a more severe tear in the fabric of time, one that threatens not just the seasons, but the very continuity of past, present, and future. The shimmering image changed, showing a dark, pulsating rift in the tapestry. This anomaly is drawing the Keeper's full attention, leaving the seasonal threads vulnerable to manipulation. Finn's eyes widened with realization. So our task isn't just to find the Keeper, but to restore balance ourselves. Aeon nodded, her form briefly shifting to that of an old woman before returning to the child. Precisely. You must learn to see and manipulate the threads of time yourselves. Only then can you mend the seasonal patterns and free the Keeper to address the greater threat. She stood, the garden around them pulsing with temporal energy. I will teach you what you need to know, but be warned, meddling with time is dangerous. Are you prepared to take on this responsibility, knowing that a single misstep could unravel reality itself? The trio exchanged a determined glance, understanding the gravity of their task. With a collective nod, they turned back to Aeon, ready to begin their most challenging lesson yet. Aeon led Finn, Whisper and Goran to a circular clearing within the heart of Gronoville. At its centre stood an intricate sundial, its face etched with symbols representing the 4 seasons and various phases of time. To begin mending the seasonal threads, Aeon explained, you must first attune yourself to the ebb and flow of time. Finn and Whisper, your connection to nature makes you ideal for this ritual. She gestured for Goran to step back, then positioned Finn and Whisper on opposite sides of the sundial. This ritual will allow you to perceive and influence the temporal threads, but be warned, it requires absolute focus and harmony between you both. Aeon handed Finn a small, ornate hourglass filled with shimmering sand that seemed to flow both up and down simultaneously. To Whisper, she gave a delicate silver bell attached to a silken ribbon. Finn, you'll turn the hourglass 4 times, once for each season. As you do, focus on the essence of that season, its sights, smells and feelings. Whisper, you must ring the bell at precisely the right moment during each turn, making the transition between seasons. The sage's expression grew serious. The timing must be perfect. Too early or too late and the ritual will fail. You must rely on your instincts and your bond with each other. Finn nodded, meeting Whisper's determined gaze. Aeon continued. As you perform the ritual, you'll begin to see the threads of time. Your goal is to gently guide them back into harmony, like turning the strings of an instrument. She stepped back, her form flickering slightly. Remember, you're not forcing the seasons, but rather encouraging them to find the natural rhythm. Begin when you're ready. Finn took a deep breath, centering himself. He could feel the weight of time in the hourglass. Whisper sat perfectly still, his tail curled around the bell. Goran, you'll be our anchor, Aeon instructed. Your steady presence will help ground the others as they navigate the currents of time. Finn turned the hourglass, focusing intently on the rebirth of spring. The air shimmered as the threads became visible. At the perfect moment, Whisper rang the bell, its clear tone resonating through the clearing. Aeon's hands moved in intricate patterns, drawing the essence of the timeless dew into threads. The air filled with the scent of fresh blossoms and new growth. As Finn turned the hourglass again, concentrating on the warmth of summer, Aeon wove chronosand into the temporal tapestry. Whisper's perfectly timed bell rang out, and the air grew heavy with the heat of long summer days. The ritual continued, each turn of the hourglass and ring of the bell accompanied by Aeon's masterful manipulation. Autumn's crisp coolness swept through, merging with the threads, followed by winter's stillness, lending its timeless nature to the weave. Throughout it all, Goran stood firm, his unwavering presence anchoring the others as they worked to realign the seasons. The air around them swirled with a kaleidoscope of seasonal changes, gradually slowing and settling into a more natural rhythm. Finn lowered the hourglass and Whisper gently set down the bell. They looked to Aeon, whose young face bore an expression of deep concentration and hope. It's done, she said softly. We've realigned the seasonal threads, but the true test will come as we step outside Chronoville's protective barrier. Are you ready to see if we've succeeded? Stepping beyond the boundaries of Chronoville, the group was met with a startling sight. The once erratic seasonal shifts had stabilized. with each region exhibiting its proper climate patterns once more. Goran let out a low whistle, his eyes wide with wonder. By the ancients, it's worked. The seasons are returning to their natural cycle. Finn watched in awe as a gentle breeze carried the vibrant hues of autumn leaves, followed by the delicate blossom of spring. The air held a crisp chill, yet the sun's warmth still caressed their skin. Whisper meowed contentedly, his tail swishing back and forth. Aeon smiled, her youthful face reflecting a timeless wisdom. Finn placed a hand on Whisper's head, feeling the cat's steady purr. Thank you for your guidance, Aeon. We could not have done this without you. The young sage nodded, her form shimmering briefly once again. Time is a delicate dance, my friends, but together we have restored the seasons to their perfect rhythm. With the seasons restored to their natural order, Finn and Whisper bid farewell to Aeon and Goran, promising to return should the keeper's plight require their aid once more. The duo set out on the long journey back to their cottage, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the fragile balance of time. As they traversed familiar trails, Finn couldn't help but notice the subtle changes in the landscape. The way the leaves unfurled with gentle breeze, the gradual shift from spring to summer. Whisper walked beside him, his tail occasionally twitching, as if sensing the ebb and flow of the temporal threads. Can you still feel it, Whisper? Finn murmured. The weight of time itself, the way it shapes the world around us. Whisper meowed softly in response, his eyes reflecting a wisdom that belied his feline form. Finn smiled, reaching down to scratch the cat behind the ears. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Finn and Whisper continued their trek, their bond stronger than ever, their hearts filled with the knowledge that they played a vital role in preserving the delicate balance of the natural world. Ihawa Machara. Good night, my friend.